Death. Your Honor, he did it. How? I don't know. He did it though. Wait, I didn't fucking enter.
I'm expressing my displeasure.
Boop boop. Biddy boom boom boom. Bum bum bum. Bada bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Na na bum bum bum. The song? Just randomly play the song? I mean, I know it's a good song, but why would I just randomly play the song when I'm not? Are you okay? You don't seem okay. You're not okay. Okay. Bum bum bum. Biddy boom boom boom. Boop boop. Bum bum na na bum ba da ba da ba da ba da. Bum. Do 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 do. Okay. I've done my advertising. Yeah, nobody's here. I'll wait a bit. I'll wait like 5 minutes. Couple minutes. Do. No. No.
He's behind you.
No. Stop.
He's behind you.
Stop.
He's behind you.
There you go. Let's stop moving.
He's behind you.
This is special content.
He's behind you. He's behind you. It's too much. It's too much.
Okay. Outfits only available for use in the Great Ace Attorney 2. Oh, that's lame.
No!
Oh, I've got some of them. Rob with a Reaper, Crash Course candidate. Okay. Oh, I got a person. Hello. Alright, let's do this. Let me get the chat up on my phone. My cracked phone that I cracked this week during work. It's great. You did?
Yeah.
Which one? The new one or the old one? Huh? Wait, you're working?
No.
Oh.
A while ago. That's what you get for having an iPhone.
I dropped it slightly on the bathroom floor after dropping it 15 times on concrete. And it just...
Yeah, iPhone. iPhone.
iPhone problems. Don't worry. I was like... And my charger broke.
Don't get a phone. Phone will break.
Thank you for the solution. Just don't have a phone.
Simply don't.
Just don't have a phone. Easy. Those who do not have phones do not break them. Bum, 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 bum. Who's right? Oh yeah, he's right. Technically, if you don't have a phone, you never break it.
Yeah.
Bum, 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 bum. Okay, I have chat pulled up on my phone, so we can officially start the strong. Yay! Strong. I don't know what I'm doing.
Ways.
Woo! Okay, let's do this. Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. Oh shit. My phone's going off. Okay, mute that. So then I can see the chat all up in here. There we go. When I woke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Yeah. Gotta move this, all this crap. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last, one that I would remember for the rest of my days. '17th of April, 9:32 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Time for really bad Scottish accent, Irish accent, whatever. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So where's your friend then? Sorry? You know, her in the fancy dress. Susato, or however you say it. I don't know. Ah, Miss Susato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You alright with that, are you? Forget about me if you like. Go and see her off. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Susato and I won't meet again. One day. You'll never see each other again! It's fated! No. Even so. But you, Gina. You're about to die! You only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. We fuck up, you're getting hung!
Epic.
Who is this? This is Iris? Good morning, you two. Yeah, it is. She has the cat. That is not how you carry a cat. That's how you strangle a cat.
How would you know?
You don't carry an animal under, but like this. You don't carry an animal like this.
I do.
Is this why your dog hates you?
No.
How are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep? Meow. Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? Cat. Ah, Waggy! Great way to show your support, kitty. The cat just abandons her. The cat has jumped ship. It's gone. Let him have a nose around. What harm can it do? Oh, that reminds me. I brought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Bruno? Ginny? Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Nah, always take the good news first. You might not like to hear the bad. Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. Huh? The bad news was a weather report? So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover and that the train isn't delayed on its way to the port. Gosh, yes. Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon. What does that have to do with me in the trial? Iris! So even if the train is delayed, you should be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? I couldn't give a monkey's really. If only all good news canceled out the bad. And look, this trial has made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder. See? You know, I gotta give credit to the reporter. He managed to find 4 words that all started with P. How do you like that? Or let them say what they want. See if I care. I can't because you're covering your face. Don't worry, Runa will soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense. I will. And then in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be Discharge driver is thoughtless do-gooder. Isn't that? Oh, discharge diver is thoughtless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Runo? Oh, yes, let's hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it? No, it failed. Whoa! Twas a dark joke. It's like she was still here. Today's paper has been entered in the court. Why do I have today's paper? Is there something in today's paper that I need? I'm guessing yes. Good luck then, Runo. I'll do what I can. Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I've got a gun, though. I can shoot the fuck out of the judge if he gives the wrong verdict. It's like, okay, Iris, no. Iris, we cannot murder the law officials. Then we'll be put for murder as well. I'll be ready to say the whole time giving you moral support and encouragement. I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest. But thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you. Oh yeah, Iris. Yes, Ginny? Well, I was wondering, is all about Holmes. Did they fix him up all right? Yes. The operation was a great success. But Hurley still hasn't come around yet. Eh? I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up. I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. Oh, right. No Susato-san and no Mr. Holmes. It's all down to me today to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime.
Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense. The trial is about to begin. Please make your way into the courtroom.
It's time then. Yes, let's go, Gina. Iris. Lead the way, Runo. Time for the trial. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's living, not dying. No, it's that. It's that. Oh, that was it. I thought it was gonna be more. It's that. 17th of April, 10 a.m. 10 a.m. on the dot. They are punctual. The Old Bailey courtroom.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session.
Shut up.
This trial shall determine the guilt and innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed.
Prosecution is ready. The defense is ready.
Lord Van Zeeks.
My lord.
Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service?
It was some 5 years ago, my lord.
Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly. And here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which this court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior? What one might describe as your former life 5 years past. You dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government.
Really?
Yet today you chose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. Seems a bit strange. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, counsel.
There are two types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large.
He means Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago. Thanks. Yes, I just about managed to work that out. Thank you. Magnus McGilded, if I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him.
And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricked. In other words, the confidence... Oh god, this is a bit racist. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, the Nipponese. Okay, we get it. He's a little bit antagonistic. What? Did he really just say that?
He means you now, Runo.
Really now, Iris? I actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Iris. Thanks. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? That torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zeke's eyes. Was that directed solely at me? Or was he talking about all Japanese people?
An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zeeks. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors.
Your lordship is too kind.
Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant?
Former lieutenant of the British Army here. Don't you know? Chaps like me were born ready.
Clean crookery, clean cutlery, and a clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely, absolutely everything, and I'm ready for it.
I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. It's not possible. But could I have?
Woman indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future. Wait, stop.
Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take a bus to Crystal Tower, please.
Is something wrong, Runo?
Oh, not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact.
Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they?
Coincidences, yes.
But it is quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know.
Bullshit. So I've been led to believe, but something tells me I'm being duped.
Very well. Now, Lord Van Zeeks, your court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case.
As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Windibank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near-instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. And what's that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone, like the accused, you might say.
Oh!
The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord.
Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please.
Report prepared by the Scotland Yard coroner that confirms instant death due to a single bullet wound from the back. There are no other signs of trauma. Photograph of the victim found murdered in the storeroom. It shows a single bullet wound in the man's back. I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Windibank, and the accused. Which may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand a gun used to fire the fatal bullet.
Well, that's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Isn't that grubby little girl a pickpocket anyway? She's one of those filthy drabs that live in the slums in the East End. Oh well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands then. What are the jurors waiting for? The girl's guilty as hell! Can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. Oh, he's starting to drink.
My learned Nipponese friend. It is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses.
Good gracious!
After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful prick purse or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth.
The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Fanzeeks.
At once, my lord. Plan of Windibank's pawnbrokery, the scene of the crime. It shows the relative positions of the main shop and the rear storeroom. A gun belonging to the victim, Mr. Windibank, that Gina was holding when she was found unconscious. There are signs of a single discharge. This isn't good.
I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Bruno.
I think that's because it has. Oh! We're throwing off the cape already! Jeez. Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windibank on 16th of April of this year. AKA 2 days ago. Yes! This is them. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court.
Name's Skulkin. Operations baddie. Professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. Occupation's same as him.
Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector.
That's right. We're what they call the 3 Skulkin brothers.
I love these guys. Gregson doesn't give a shit.
What are you looking at me like that for? Don't want to be in with you lot. Or blimey, that's cool. Don't you know what we're going for? It's our older bruv. Lost contact with him we have, so we're scouring every shady corner of the capital. And last night we came across you, the very spit of the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo? He is, Nash, he is. The very spit of him. So we decided that there and then what we was gonna do, we was gonna call you Big Bruv Sulky. Come on, leave it out, you two.
Sulky Skulkin. That's before he's run out of chips.
Well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson.
Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias.
What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand.
The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft.
Thieves, are they, these three?
No, my lord, begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot.
2 nights ago, these 2 brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle. And in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime.
By Jove, you mean to say? What an extraordinary coincidence!
Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder.
One of them's on a box because he's too short.
Order!
The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future.
With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow.
Of course, Inspector. So skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand.
Mr. Skulkin, you will now... Oh, Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw.
Happy to. Because the Skulkin's never skulkin'. Get out of it.
This is genuinely
It's Mario and Luigi. See, guys, it's Mario and it's Luigi. Your face is perfect.
How much damage does it do? There's fun working together.
Okay, legal entry.
We was walking down Baker Street in small hours, and the gas door was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go in, it was. But once we got inside, Court blimey lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left it in that, nice and quiet.
A terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot.
The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. Every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside. Within, only the victim and the accused were found.
I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. But this is Ace Attorney. It's never simple. Ever. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel?
Yes. What's the matter, Runo? Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair in the stand. You know, it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. Legal entry.
Hold it!
The front door of Windobanks was ajar, you say? What time of night was this?
Must have been about 1, right, Ringo? Yeah, I'd say so. Right, Sulky? How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Well, it was pitch black inside, it's true. Ain't that right, Ringo? I'm not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Skulky, me old mucker?
Leave me alone. There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. When these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate victim.
Objection!
That is pure conjecture. Ha, perhaps, but it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder. simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside.
Right, that's what happened. It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go in. It was.
Hold it!
What are you trying to suggest? That you had to go in?
Well, God moves in mysterious ways, they say, don't they, Wingo? They do, Nash, they do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon.
God's will often presents itself as the whim of thieves, does it?
Weren't no whim, I'm dead sure of that. It weren't, Nash, it weren't. Like we said at the time. You don't just find doors open in the middle of the night like that. Nah, there's no two ways about it. It was a sign that our long-lost brother was inside.
They're not very good liars, are they?
Well, you can't deny it. Let us told bloke what looks like just like our bruv.
I said, cut it out. I said, cut it out. Those chips are getting a chomping today. Poor Gregson. Poor Gregson, he's getting bullied. A gunshot, you say? Just the one. Are you sure about that?
Yep, just the one, Governor. I can't swear to that. It was, Nash, it was. Ain't that right, bruv?
The firearm used belonged to the victim himself. Yes, Mr. Windibank always used to leave his gun lying around on the counter. Right, I remember.
When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds.
That makes sense. Mr. Windibank always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded. That's true. I remember him saying that as well.
So we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as the murder weapon.
Yes, my lord, we can.
And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. Wonderful.
We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside.
Hold it!
Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? If my learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps a drawing would help. Do you not understand basic concepts? Here is drawing. Read. I know you might not know how to read. Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there is only one other door, that of the storeroom.
Of course, there was only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by. And the door was hidden behind a curtain and all.
That's right. That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door?
Eh?
Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think.
Oh, well, your turn to rabbit, Ringo. Well, Nash, yeah. I suppose you'd have to say we ain't normal, eh?
Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways on hearing a gunshot or scream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination. My learned Nipponese friend, it would seem, is of the former. Alright, somehow I just proved that I was a coward that night.
Thank you, counsels. So I believe we all understand that the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses.
We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet.
Hold it!
You didn't do or take anything? Is that your story?
Well, it was bedlam soon as worded. It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out of me Lucy lockets.
So no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left, nice and quietly, you say.
That's right, Governor. Nothing we ain't more than violence, peaceful and nibblers we are, not bludgers. We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes out of me Lucy lockets.
So you'd clearly like us to believe.
Eh? Come again?
As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else?
Um,
And did you not fire a gun at that person?
alive!
Saints alive! They fired a gun, you say?
Ah! Blimey, Governor! You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway?
Oh my god, these two are not very bright, are they? They just basically admitted to it. It was.
Why the bleeding Nora? Didn't you mention that before?
You were armed with a gun, and as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Sherlock Holmes. Shut the great Mr. Holmes? I did hear that, actually. There was a rumor he'd been rushed to hospital. The great Holmes? That's beyond the pale. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. Ugh. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers.
Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel. So it does mean it was shot. Because these two are idiots. Not very bright. Court will hold this weapon as evidence.
Skulkin Brothers gun. Firearm found in the possession of the Skulkin Brothers upon their arrest. There are signs that a single round was fired. Now, my learned Nipponese friend. Yes? Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. For yes, there are the telltale signs of spent powder on this gun, and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny. Under scrutiny in this trial. It demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny. Oh, it was fired when we saw it. Okay. Well, I don't need evidence because I was there.
Objection.
I don't need evidence. I was there. Yeah. Okay. That doesn't prove anything. However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its Rush claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on.
What here in all? Are you kidding?
Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left the Windibanks that night.
A court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the pawnbroker shop that night?
Gina's representation papers, of course.
What? A shotgun.
It's this, right?
Take that!
The evidence is in this portfolio.
What? What on earth have you there, counsel?
During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do? How arrogantly Nipponese of you. Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio.
And you claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein?
Yes, my lord.
No more dallying then, counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene?
It's this one.
Take that!
What is that? Explain!
It's a photographic print taken at Windibank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident.
From the scene of the crime, is it?
Is
that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there.
Yes, as your lordship noticed. The bullet pierced Mr. Windibank's calendar. The date showed being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death.
The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight. But this incident indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th.
That's right. And while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun at the pawnbrokers that night.
Ah!
Oh, now, how does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zeeks?
I will drink. That is the direction my learned friend wishes to take. The prosecution has no objection. What? But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbroker illegally. And unlike the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street.
Eh? Take it easy there, Governor. You're gonna land us in the soup. We had a deal. You weren't gonna get into them details. Tell him, Skulky. Tell him to set the bloke straight.
I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Van Zeeks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact.
To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zeeks?
As had been established at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brother's gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Holmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim.
Ah!
In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Winterbank at all. So that's it.
Look how they keep missing! That's it, we didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Nash, we did it. That's what I reckon.
I like how they're handshaking and them just missing their hands constantly, and then it's just like... Oh, look at these two. They're so happy! Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let us not forget, attempted murder.
Quite a catalog, eh, fellas? Eh, we're in for it now, bruv.
Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where's he going with this? Mr. Holmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery.
Eccentrics is who?
Not me. Don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop.
Oh, that's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption.
As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. Prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion.
Rather prodigal, I feel.
In fact, there are two such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer to the court to the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here and here.
You say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I failed to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals.
One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera.
Yeah, that's a bit of Friar Tuck, eh, bruv? Lady Luck loves a skulking.
Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin?
Eh? It must have been just after 1. Right, bruv? Must have been, Nash. Must have been. Yeah, just gone 1.
In which case, minutes before these brothers enter the establishment. What scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence.
Good Lord! It's the defendant! Miss Gina Lestrade!
As the court can clearly see. Oh, that ain't good. The accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom.
Wait, one can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel.
Photograph taken automatically by the red-handed recorder showing the scene a short time before the murder took place.
Ah. I don't believe it. Ginny.
In short, the accused is the only person who could possibly have killed Mr. Windibank.
Ah.
I say, my lord. Wonder if I might put in a word at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman.
Took a volley bullet to the knee in the Battle of Maiwan in 1880, don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, metal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us in the battlefield.
Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point?
Carried on the battle up to retirement, you see. The battle of daily life, if you like. Here I am now, leading the small squadron. 6 men, all good and true. And we'll all go down together, you mark my words. 1 for all, and all for one.
The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand?
Oh, Mr. Foreman, is that correct?
In a manner of speaking, yes. That is the Gyrodub Squadron's position, sir. What? No, it's too soon to make a judgment here. Status report for the court, men, on the double. His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions, too. Ain't gonna find the truth as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it.
I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember.
Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop.
I am very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky.
Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in this matter. Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Well, we're what, 20 minutes in? We've already got a guilty verdict? Okay. I did it. I did it. I did it. Wait, no, that's the wrong thing. Guilty isn't good. Still give me the compliment, though. I'll take it. Give me more. Give me all the compliments. I need them. My ego needs a boost. Okay. Yeah, let's keep going. Wait, what? Did I see some more? Wait, hold on. Okay.
Does appear that the jury isn't unanimous and is leading already.
That photograph. It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned.
But Ginny didn't shoot him.
No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination.
Very well, the court grants permission.
So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising.
We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready?
Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
Okay. Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions.
All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketed. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated.
Jesus. Chill.
I think you'll find that if you look at that photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out.
If I have left it in there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now. Oh dear.
Mag made up, stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow, stop.
In Motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. He's a little mouse.
Circumstances of this crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively.
A storeroom locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone, and in the accused's hand the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses.
Not to mention, this print. Take it from a chap who's seen action on the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of pulling the bally trigger.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Holmes.
Oh dear, Hurley's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder.
I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you.
Regina didn't shoot Mr. Winterbank. Which means there's more to this situation than we've yet to see.
Agreed.
You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination.
Judicial jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. I like how the two thieves are in the background. They didn't give him his crate anymore.
Hold it!
You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Garadeb, aren't you? You really must stop eating like this.
Ah, you're that lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn up for the books. Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then.
Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Holmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be suggesting that therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything.
Can't be denied, I suppose. Curse of the Garadeb house was the talk of the town after that business. The lodgers moved out and couldn't get a poly soul to take up the tendencies.
Oh.
Haven't had the heart to break the news to Joni yet. Bad enough that the old girl's clapped up. Yes, can't be denied. You did do rather a lot, but not for us, that's for dash certain.
I suppose not.
Of course. There can be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously.
Obviously. But honestly, I really wish you'd pay more attention to the trial, unless the juror number 2.
Hold it!
Polishing the bench, I see. Again.
Maid's work is never done, not a blemish must remain.
What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores?
On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pick-purses, and crossmen, the scum of the earth.
Little harsh, perhaps.
Maybe plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals.
You're referring to Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rand's magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital.
Mr. Holmes? A maid?
It's really quite unforgivable. Gutter scum having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective.
Minor detail. It was the two brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Holmes, not to defend it.
A minor detail indeed. It's all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned.
Well, it just might be an idea to get a fact straight anyway.
Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement. Those brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great detective.
Hold it!
I agree with you. The shooting of Mr. Holmes was an unforgivable act. But the purpose of this trial is to determine who shot the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank.
I'm afraid you're spilling hairs, sir.
Sorry?
Whether it was the thieves or the pick purse, it was still gutter trash that shot the pawnbroker in the end. Filth that should be cleaned up and eradicated, in my considerable opinion.
Thanks so much for sharing. Changing this maid's mind is going to be easy.
Bruno, it was one of those two brothers that shot Hurley, wasn't it?
Yes, without question.
Well then, I'll never forgive them.
Oh, Iris.
Perhaps we can use this maid's statement to help us somehow, do you think?
Yes, maybe. Let's listen carefully to what each juror has to say first. That's to get more out of the other jurors.
Hold it!
What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo? Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photograph normally, it looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously.
Objection!
There's no indication the defendant ever fired the gun.
All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information.
By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes?
Ooh, how'd you know?
Let's call it a lucky guess. Also that you're wearing one on your head in the middle of the trial. Is this allowed? Do you think anyone gives a shit?
It never gets old seeing the two prints version of one before your eyes. It's extraordinary, it's captivating.
It's the height of modernity. Of course.
Oh yes, I think I find the stereoscope is here to stay. Giving us new perspectives we can only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen.
Except stereoscopes, I don't think ever caught on ever. Past like 2 years. Because guess what? They're dumb.
No.
You don't even know what a stereoscope is. Uh-huh. So is my point right or not? Okay, fuck you. If only you could give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you.
Hold it!
What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere, or something like that.
So sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon.
A surgeon? That totally passed me by.
Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors. Oh no! Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field.
So what is it that you think you've left behind?
Well, that's a little embarrassing, to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing, went in through the abdomen. And when I'd finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere.
What? Did he? Surely not.
Exactly, surely not, you say to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? I might have left my scalpel with that poor man. I'm probably fine. You're probably not walking around with a scalpel, you'll be fine. That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? No, of course I couldn't. So, there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really.
That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter. Jesus. I mean, he's right.
That's exactly my concern, seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up. I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Now, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure.
I'm sure you need to be more sure. Oh. I've left it there. I should think there'll be repercussions by now. Why am I going backwards?
Okay.
Hold it!
Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean? Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. Ah, but now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cable have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable? On the ocean bed? Makes my head hurt just thinking about it. You're well informed, young lady. Hee hee. The cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. Just when I was starting to catch up. Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airwaves to 4 corners of the globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. Try not to wear out your fingers. Air wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. When people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology, what utter piffle. I can't understand it. I really can't. They're just silly toys. Oh, he's angry. She talked shit about stereoscopes and he got angry.
Excuse me.
Juror number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... What?! Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, I bet I do! Say that again. Go on, I dare ya. Goodness, are you talking to me? I think he just might be, yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you? Huh? Absolutely. I mean, really, a machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions. Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. This man is about to murder someone. Roof by juror number 5, stabbed in the neck. You just don't know. Pardon? I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene for example. If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, you could reveal hidden clues you never even noticed before. What? Have you got any, any prints we could look at with a stereoscope? Do I? How about this print here? It should do the trick, I think. This one?
Take that!
We want this one? Alright then, juror number 3. My computer is hot. Of course I am. I'm smoking.
You're actually on play.
Oh shit. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can.
I don't understand.
Very well then. I'd like you to demonstrate.
It just wants water.
You're delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all. Wait, I don't have a second one.
For next gen. Sorry.
I don't have a second one.
Take that!
Wait, sorry? What do you mean, one more print? Oh dear, don't you have these in the Far East? Don't you know how a stereoscope works? You know. What? You need 2 photographs for a stereoscope, remember? You know, one for the left eye and one for the right. Oh yes, I remember now. But the print we have from the pawnbroker is just a normal photograph. No, I think you'll find that the clue is in the name. It's a stereoscope, not a monoscope. You always need 2 prints. Thanks for the friendly explanation. Well, if we obtain another print at some point later in the trial, we can always show it to this young man then. I think you'll find that know-it-all expression is really starting to annoy me.
Let's get things back on track, shall we, Counsel?
Hold it!
Can I just skip this? Okay.
Okay, I can stand it. I really can't. They're just silly toys.
Don't spare any feelings, will you? It's not like there's anyone here who likes stereoscopes. So, why exactly do you think that the defendant is guilty?
It's quite simple. We haven't been shown a scrap of evidence to suggest that she isn't the culprit. And just as radio waves dash through the skies faster than the eye can see, so we should dash to the conclusion of this trial and stop pandering in indecision.
Hold it!
Please tell me you're not Please tell me you're not villain Bolshevik. The Russian revolutionary.
Revolutionary?
I didn't know how much.
Duh, I believe there is such a rumor. It's just a rumor? As you can see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like a vicious criminal. Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out. People call me revolutionary, murderer, autocrat.
And which glove fits?
Good day, I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take a bus to Crystal Tower, please. Right, that didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts. To be treated like a vicious criminal all the time, it is very painful. People do not realize. So I have much sympathies for these brothers. People say they are criminals only because of how they look. The Skulkin brothers? Duh, maybe they went inside the pawnbroker's shop. But they have done nothing wrong. That is all I want to say.
The Skulkin brothers did nothing wrong that night? Alright, well, first of all, that's one not-so-little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris. What is it, Bruno? The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London Town, aren't they? Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks for all the world like a revolutionary? I wish I knew. If I can't change the minds of more than half of these 6 jurors, the trial will be over. But we know that Jeannie would never shoot anyone. Yes, so we need to find contradictions in what these jurors are saying and put them against each other. It's ready to go to whatever lengths I have to convince them of Gina's innocence. Sorry, I'm checking Discord real quick. Okay. Okay, hold on. Okay, sorry, I'm just doing something real quick.
You have a shotgun. Use your shotgun.
Sorry, I'm doing Discord stuff real quick. I'll be right back into the game. I got to Final 6 in this Survivor and got out the biggest threat to win. Which might have been a mistake in Final 7, but I made a game move and it worked. 2 people voted me, though. I know one of them. No, one of them was a dude named Pyro. Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry. Hold on. Stream people. I'll be right back. Just doing Discord stuff real quick. No, I don't want to open that. Damn it, I opened the wrong app. Crashes the whole thing. Computer just go like. Guess we get to hear this cool music. Yeah. Final 6 though. 6, 2. Okay, sorry. Let's pit these two against each other.
Objection.
Wrong. Ah, that's abuse! Why am I being abused? What did I do this time? Who did I kill? The crocodile, the stupid alligator. Okay. It's clearly contradicting each other.
Good Lord, Council, explain yourself.
Oh my statement? Contradictory? Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick, I have mouse. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skokin brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Holmes in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen, ABD. Sir? Sorry, my English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear. Forgive me, I did not hear. Here is word. Abdomen. Part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English. I am Russian, not a native speaker. Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again? So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying? You said before we never done nothing, but truth is they shot detective. This is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by a person who looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means, when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also a big fat lie. Is that true? Is this true? One hour later. Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods are found, so... Enough, I trust no one now. It's not the mouse's fault, though, sir. I must see with own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself. I'm afraid that won't be Yes, it is, Bruno. Easily. Sorry? With the prints for Hurley's red-handed recorder... If you compare the prints that pictures Ginny and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Cooey, Mr. Prosecutor. Tut tut. Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skokin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later after the brothers' flight. This is taken after Hurley was shot then. As far as I can tell. Nothing has been taken. This does seem to be the case. I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print. So, the brothers who look like criminals told only one lie. They shot man, but they stole nothing. It would seem so, yes. Good. No, not good. You were right. I did not understand the situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue the trial. So it's not guilty just because they lied. Yay! Well done, Bruno. The balance is shifting. Well, it's a start, I suppose. But there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. And if I can do that, we just might turn the situation to our favor still.
Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summation examination. And kindly hand that new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence.
Looking back at the record showing the scene of the murder took place. Other print in the court record. I wonder if we can make use of that. In lack of lies or many dead fish, we must find the truth. Therefore I say not guilty verdict. Sorry. Doing Discord stuff. Dun, 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 dun. Okay.
Hold it!
Original goes with. Oh, so try. Print here. And
Take that!
one print. You're number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then. I'd like you to demonstrate. You need 2. Just one more print and I'll analyze it for raise you all.
Take that!
Alright, these 2 prints were both taken with the same camera and window banks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer. You know how stereographic images work? You understand the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. Left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the positions of some objects. Then when your brain merges the 2 images together inside your head, it notices the shift as a with depth. Yes, exactly. It's that small shift between certain objects in the 2 pictures that's really important. So what happens if you use 2 photographs that are exactly the same then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all, not for seeing the scene 3-dimensionally anyway. Oh, of course, now I see. I think the young girl has discovered the secret. I have. Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Have another look at these 2 photo pictures from Riley's camera, Reno. Go on. Can you see that there's a really obvious difference between them? Of course there is. There are 2 people in the first and no people in the second. Well, yes, you can see that straight away. But now, I look at the pictures in 3 dimensions. Alright, I'll give it a go. So to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try to make the 2 pictures overlap exactly. Let's see if by crossing my eyes I can make the quill pens from each picture overlap in the middle. Almost got it. Wait. Well, did you manage to see it properly, Reno? No. I can't do that. Fine, I'll say yes, because I already know what's different. Ah! What's going on with these 2 pictures? Some of these things on the counter they sort of jump out at you. He has to use his own machine because he can't cross his eyes. Yes, there's it, you see. That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. Other amazing power? Is someone going to explain this black magic, eh? How the deuce do some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that, I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope? As I said before, if you try to look at 2 identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all.
There's a slight shift in the positions of certain objects that lets you see pictures three-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counter haven't moved at all between the two pictures, this shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions. Yes, there must have been. Now hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. Why the devil does this shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master. What? Me? I haven't the first idea. You know, Bruno, it's quite simple. It is? Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m. Then, 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some items on the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interim. That means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter. Zokers! Someone tampered? New information, Stop. Not mentioned in testimony so far, Stop. Yes, we've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in the summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who is responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter. Nash Skokin, a witness to the incident who broke into window banks on the night of the murder, was his brother and accomplice Ringo. He claims to be a professional baddie by trade. Oh, they're like 26 and 27. Also, Ringo's the older one, like Mario. That's funny. They're literally Mario and Luigi.
Take that!
It was the witness currently in the stand, the Skokin brothers.
Wait, this does not agree with what the brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from lazy luggage. My phrase book says dukes as meaning hands, and lazy luggage as meaning pockets. But is this another lie? Is that what you are saying?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Now, hold on there a minute, you can't be sure of that.
I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse after all. It's perfectly possible that you went through the things on the desk to see what you might steal. I think that's unlikely.
Why exactly?
As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Winterbank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interest lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skokin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. But the accused is a pick purse, common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Because the Skokin brothers are thieves, madame. No better, in fact worse than a pick purse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves?
Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair.
He headbutts it. Can you all see now? I think you'll find Stereoscope's playthings who've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. Wholeheartedly agree, Stop. Must purchase after trial, Stop. We'll return home via Regent Street, Stop.
Well, it would have seemed this trial had yet to run its course. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their indications via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call the summation examination to conclusion with the balance argued in the defendant's favor. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus. And I order this trial to continue.
Yay, well done. Oh, by the way, what?
You should hold on to this rune out. I never know when it might come in useful. Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely, but alright. A photo device also anybody enjoys seeing things in 3 dimensions simply by looking through the eyepieces. This trial of the courtroom, a child has no place in the courtroom. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Good? How you doing? Oh my god, it's not used for this game.
Can we use the death site right now?
If you have 20,000 points, sure, it won't do anything and you'll have completely wasted it.
I want to kill the little girl.
Because we're not playing Pokemon, Matt. We're like not playing Pokemon in any way, shape, or form.
Lord Van Zeeks, you will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them.
Is he gonna throw his glass? I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. I didn't toss his wine bottle into the audience again. I'm disappointed. I've won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night at least. Then I won't. Why can't we kill Pokemon? Because. Oh, won't stop. Oh, you didn't say anything. Won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. Why is there a child? Oh yeah, she's like, she's helping us because like our old assistant Susato had to go back to Japan, and Sherlock Holmes is injured because he got shot, and Iris lives with Watson. She's level 20. Then we can use this site. Oh wait, I did the wrong thing. Wrong thing. Got to use the save. Cool. Trial part 2. Game rip.
Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now take the stand.
Now we got Mario and Luigi.
I presume you have heard they have a defense counsel summation examination. I can't speak words today. I'm a bad judge.
Oh, yeah, Governor. I did, Gov. I did.
Mr. Skulkin.
Gore, blimey!
This is going to be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windobanks.
Well, bedlam soonest, weren't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out me lacy lockets.
Lucy Lockett can't speak. However, that was a lie. You brothers,
Gore, blimey!
on the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter.
We never did nothing of the sort. How'd you figure that out?
They're saying different things. These two are very dumb. They're like, oh shit.
You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time you will tell the truth.
Oh, they let him because he's Japanese. And also, Baron von Zeeks has a sword. Barrick has a sword, so the prosecutor also has a weapon. Like the prosecutor has a sword. Like, you can see it right here. You can see it in the corner, down here. I'm circling it with my mouse. This is a kangaroo court. It's Ace Attorney. It's always a kangaroo court. You know this. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. A thought worth pondering, perhaps.
See no more gov, we hear you. We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll peach.
Illegal entry, the whole truth.
Alright, we did knock a few things over. We weren't rifling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshot, see? It made us both jump and all that stuff went flying. Lummy, it didn't have to give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter come out the door and get us next. We've stuck everything back when we found it and scapered, straight into Tim in the black. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we?
So you admit to the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Winterbake's countertop on the night in question.
Not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash, that's right. It's more like we tightened up, yeah.
Man thinks he's not happy.
Sorry.
By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess.
The way you say it, you hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can't he make us sound a bit more cutthroat?
It can't just be coincidence that these men showed up at Winterbanks that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. And then there's just Gregson. He's just there. He's just chilling. He'll let you the whole truth.
Hold it!
If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't, Nash, we ain't. If we admitted something like that, people wouldn't think we was up to no good. Well said, Ringo, me old China. We'd only land ourselves in even more trouble.
And in fact now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourselves in even more trouble.
Yeah, well, it's rotten luck.
As says the rotten apple eater. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter?
We never ransacked nothing. Right, Nash, right. More like we tidied the place up.
He's just staring at them.
Yeah, sorry.
Hold it!
So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much you knocked all those things off the counter?
Well, it shocked one of us that much, yeah. This bag of nerves needs to learn to keep his shirt on. Look, it was loud, alright? Blimey, me dead granny would have woken up to that bang. Big bruv here screamed like a bloomin' baby and fell over on the counter. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. That got tangled in some marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked them scales on the floor.
You've really mastered working quietly then.
What a racket, me granny would have been scared back into her grave at a clatter like that.
So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise.
And then some, I mean, was quiet as a mouse, and then all of a sudden, BAM!
Excuse me.
Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add?
Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels.
No, something to add about their testimony? No, that's it. be right back. Okay, I'm back. You seemed to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something?
It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it, only... Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details.
How about you just tell us what's on your mind?
As you know, we brought these fellows into the yard for questioning last night. And the statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now.
Did it?
You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot.
Might have, Gov, might have. Does ring a bell now that you mention it.
Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas? If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest penalty to bear against them.
Easy, easy. We'll get it right this time. That's it, yep. It's all coming back to me now.
He's squealing. Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs.
Right you are, Gov. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun!"
Hold it!
So in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously?
We did, Gov, we did. Although, I suppose if you're being honest, we heard a kind of wavering voice before the yell and all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Bam. Kind of thing.
I like that. A career in acting tragically missed. Where were the voices coming from? Could you tell?
Of course we could. From the other side of that door behind the counter it was.
In the storeroom where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Winterbank? Yes.
On me granny's life, of course it was. On his granny's life, of course it was.
So that would mean that you both knew Mr. Winterbank and the sound of his voice?
Yeah, so that would mean what? What, Nash, what? Any ideas?
Yes, Counselor, indeed it would.
Nah, we didn't know the geezer. Oh, how am I supposed to deny it when that bloke in all the fancy clobbers giving us the evil eye?
If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. I will personally shove my sword up your ass. I have done it before. I will do it again. What? Do I have to worry about it?
No, don't worry about it.
On me granny's life it is. Oh, on his granny's life it must be.
It's a good job his granny's dead. To summarize then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then hear the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor.
You make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget we tied it up after like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it. Bloke what owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl.
Hold it!
You saying that Mr. Windibank had a gun in his hands?
Oh yeah, I bet that was a sight, eh? Them two waving them guns at each other must have gotten preheated. I mean, just before he shouted out, we heard the geezer say, "If you don't want to get shot." Didn't really sound like he meant it, mind. More of an empty threat, you could say.
Mr. Windibank was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. That someone being himself, of course. Yeah, he did pull a gun on himself a lot.
Good grief! Extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, he certainly sounded like he was waiting to pull the trigger the other night. Only the person he was gonna shoot beat him to it. Cooked his goose proper. Bet he wished he'd squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun."
And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot?
It was more or less at the same time, Gov. Give me that gun. Bam. Kind of thing.
Yes, a career in acting very tragically missed.
Then we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck.
Oh yes, I love their handshake where they just miss each other. It's kind of like, yeah. Alec, they go like this. They miss everything.
Before everything went dead quiet.
And they do the little like this, and they look at the camera and smile. It's great.
After that, we done a slapdash job tying the place up. I mean, you didn't have to give me a fright. We was thinking this.
Hold it!
So, you didn't try to open the storeroom door then?
Not in your life. It went deathly quiet after that, did. Put the weight right up me. And anyway, the door was locked, weren't it? No way that was opening.
Yes, of course. It was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe.
It was, Gov, it was, from the inside. Right, so we had no way of knowing what was going on in there, did we?
Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom. Like, through the keyhole or a spy hole, perhaps?
Don't ring no bells, don't light no lights. We had to cut and run before we noticed anything like that. We're still cutting our teeth in this game, see, but one day we'll really cut the mustard.
Please cut it out. But as we know, behind that door was the victim's lifeless body, with the accused not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. Gina was in there, unconscious, with the gun in her hand. To confirm, would it be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom?
That's right, Gov, that's right. Couldn't have even if we wanted to. Took everything back where you found it.
Hold it!
Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, yeah, we was a bit hasty there. We was, Nash, we was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up. If you're shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand. Good advice, miss, good advice. Truth be told, the mind went totally blank. Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand. Mental note made, miss. After that, we legged it down the street, but apparently we looked dodgy to the coppers or something, so we clapped the derbies on us like winking.
After you'd been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct?
Well, yeah. But listen, that proves it, doesn't it, eh? We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we?
Hold it!
And why should we believe that?
What? Well, 'cause it's true, ain't it? The place is totally empty when we went in.
At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had a gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Windibank. Correct?
You got it, mister. Down to a T.
The Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windibank? Is that really true, I wonder? That's it? That's the full extent of their testimony? What is it, Bruno? You look very fierce. I could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired. Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh. But I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something more important. It's nothing more than a feeling, though. I have no proof to support it. Well, feelings can be very logical at times. Sorry? People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. You can take all that in and your brain will quietly analyze it to come up with a feeling like you described. You've concluded that there's something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why, that's all. I think you should trust your instincts. Iris, thank you. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. Shit, he figured it out. Wait, that's impossible. He couldn't have been holding a gun.
Objection!
That's not right? What? That's not right?
Hold it!
I know I didn't mean to do that again.
Hold it!
This one? Wait. Oh no, it's the other radio. Okay. I think I get it. I think I know what the thing is. It's a picture. It's a crime scene photograph. Let me save real quick. Oh, let me save. He sure lets me save. Is this right?
Objection!
There it is, yeah. That's what it is. Can I save now? Oh, there it is. I didn't see it. How come I didn't see it? Because I don't gain health back when I die. So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct?
That's it, Gov. You got the picture. Yes, Nash, yes, no question.
And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not holding a firearm of any description.
Eh? You what? Gordon Bennett, that ain't right.
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windibank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand.
Yeah, that mule totally used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun. Bam. Kind of thing.
Hold it!
Stop. Stay exactly where you are, right there.
Yeah?
If the crime had taken place as you've so colorfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out.
Goodness, are you sure, counsel?
You intrigue me, my learned friend, but let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where is the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments? I mean, the autopsy report, right? Yeah.
Take that!
According to their testimony, witnesses claim to have heard a shout of, "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot.
Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe.
Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. Skulkin.
Yeah. But it's the God honest truth. It is, Nash, it is. When we was shot that night, the shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes.
Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windibank holding a gun?
Something like that might have slipped out.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question, they actually saw, with their own eyes, the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person.
Nash, yeah.
Order! Witnesses, explain yourselves at once!
Well, the thing is, it wasn't supposed to,
It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you.
Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies?
Ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, we, Cut it out, Nash, cut it out. If we blab now, you know what it'll do to us.
He? What are they talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you.
Bruv, come on, the game's up. But he'll have our guts for garters.
Case it hasn't quite sunk in yet. No matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out.
On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place.
Well... do we have to?
On pain of death, I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Otherwise, someone is getting disemboweled in this courtroom, and it isn't going to be me.
Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and leaves a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox, and he chucked me over the counter. And pulled me gun on him, and then he legged it through that door into the back room. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear.
So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop.
Well, yeah, sorry.
Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably.
But honest, Governor, this time, Nash, we ain't got nothing more to hide.
Very well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. Cross-examination. Encounter with the victim. Let me check Discord real quick. Okay. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Sorry, I was checking Discord.
Hold it!
When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Winterbank?
Well, sorry. That's right. He was keeping a close eye on the entrance to the gaff, obviously. I never thought no one was going to come out of the back room like that.
The back room being the pawnbroker's storeroom.
Yeah, that must be where he popped up from. Only place he could have been.
So it would seem the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises. Which means Ginny must have been in there at that point as well. That doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina had threatened Mr. Winterbank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived? Oh, I don't know. Did you see the accused at that time?
What, that mole told it? Couldn't tell ya. No way, Cobber. We had bigger fish to fry then. The old geezer just lost it.
Let me get some water real quick. I am back. I am back with more, showing Mario and Luigi thieves that they are liars. And that they should be punished for their sins. Death. No, I'm kidding. Okay.
Hold it!
You mentioned that Mr. Winterbank shouted those words in your previous testimony, too. However, you claimed that you heard them yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door.
Oh, did we?
But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he?
Well, yeah.
Was the victim, Mr. Winterbank, wielding a gun at the time?
Was he ever? Blamey, Luby, a great ugly barrel he had pointing straight at me front piece.
So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Winterbank with a gun at that time, is that right?
It is, Gov, it is. Spot on. Then all of a sudden, he came out. Did he? He did. It was bedlam. I didn't know who was going for who.
You were clearly all going for each other.
Like Nash said, we thought we had it. I mean... Hold it!
Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony, too.
Well, yeah, of course we did. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. That got tangled in some marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked them scales on the floor.
So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter?
Well, Big Brother here went flying over that counter like a gunshot, I can tell you. Then the old geezer pinned him. He did, Nash, he did. If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a bloomin' pancake in seconds.
At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There is a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right, when the brothers fled the scene and back into the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they?
Poor Mr. Winterbank. He did everything he could to protect his shop.
Hold it!
Were you intending to shoot Mr. Winterbank?
Nah, never. I was just, you know,
There it is.
looking out for me, bro, weren't I? He was being flattened, don't forget.
By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him, is that it?
Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away, then ran off through that door and shut himself in.
There's something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true.
I wonder why Mr. Winterbank ran away into the storeroom.
What?
Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him with a gun.
Ah, yes, that's right. Ginny allegedly used Mr. Winterbank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Winterbank's hands again?
I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it?
This little inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it.
Look, the point is, me and me brother. Here, that's right, Nash, that's right. Me and my brother here. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. Hold it!
You say you had nothing to do with it?
Nothing at all. Nothing, Gov, nothing. The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked it was from the inside. We know it was because we tried to open it. But it's a decent door, that one. Good and strong. Wouldn't budge an inch.
So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom at the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade.
It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, counsel?
I don't know. Is there anyone else apart from Gina who could possibly have shot Mr. Winterbank? Mr. Skulkin.
Yeah, what? What's that look for? I smoke a pack a day.
Oh, my throat. When you admitted that you encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this trial changed completely.
It did?
What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Windibank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be?
Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of 2 conundrums.
2, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe?
Indeed, namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time?
Understood, my lord.
Are you alright, Bruno?
I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I am sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. Well, it couldn't have been inside the storm, so it had to have been outside.
Take that!
The defense believes the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And an answer to the second question. Assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time? In the storeroom. He had to have been. The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Windibank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired?
So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom?
Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony,
I pulled me gun on him and then he legged it through that door into the back room.
if Mr. Windibank ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time.
Ah!
It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom.
Yeah!
Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial?
Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself.
Poor man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. Ah, of course! He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body on an upward trajectory. So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windibank.
Objection!
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock?
Ah, but... What if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door.
Is that so?
Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court in the scenario just described. The defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside?
It can only be Gina. She was the only other person in there.
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time.
the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck.
I am inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel?
Yes, that's a tricky one, that, isn't it?
Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please.
But of course Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does? Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door, as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Oh yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windibank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Windibank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom.
Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv.
If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Bang. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windibank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment?
I see where you're going with this.
Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windibank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, Gov, we ain't. You've got to believe us. I mean, come on, we never shoot no one.
Protection!
It's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Sherlock Holmes. There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windibank's murder.
Yeah.
Where does that leave us? You mean to say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all?
I should have known it was those three brothers. They look as shady as a dense forest.
That was amazing, Renault. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. I know, first time ever, and probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll have to give a verdict of not. Admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing?
You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zeeks. I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive.
I dare say. Such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. What? The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing?
I say, Lord Van Zeeks. Might be an idea to explain this body conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops on the ground, hmm?
The fatal flaw, as my learned friend's argument, is really very simple to understand. I will break my chalice on this chandelier. Lamp, assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets.
By George, count bullets!
Oh dear. He noticed then. Huh? What's everyone talking about? Counsel. Yes, sir. Tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime. Two. 2 bullets. Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. and the second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, on his arrival at the scene.
Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Holmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the ground.
Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Windibank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun.
Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each.
Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these 2 brothers shot Mr. Sherlock Holmes right before your eyes.
Yes, I did. Oh my goodness! I think you'll find...
That if the single bullet that was fired from the brother's gun hit Mr. Holmes, it means...
Windibank not shot by same gun. Stop. Only 1 bullet. Stop.
Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny.
Ah. Ah.
Order! Order!
Yes! He flung it in the stands. Yes, he threw his wine bottle into the stands again. Always perfect. Fuck the audience, they're taking the glass straight to the dome. Huh? Yeah, him throwing his bottle of wine into the audience chamber. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hollow nectar into the public gallery.
Lord Van Zeeks!
But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can, regrettably, no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present.
That desk. I'll be taking that, whatever it is, in McGilda's down to the yard. Thank you very much. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilda has to be taken in as evidence now.
Yes, that music box disc, Miss McGilda's music box disc. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Windibank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. And with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence.
Good gracious!
Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed, no crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril.
I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel. It's a grim testament to the defendant's character.
Lord Van Zeeks, I am...
Inspector Gregson, what? Yes, Inspector?
We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and, I think it was agreed that the disc wouldn't be used as evidence.
What's this all about? Why is the Inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Zeeks at all. I am unaware of any such meeting.
But those were the instructions, right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent.
Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. I do not give a flying fuck about what you are saying. Fuck the government. Your warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Inspector Gregson, the government doesn't want you to present this. Thank you, we're presenting it anyway. Just typed like, I do not care. Give.
Indeed, bailiff.
Metal disc used to play music on a mechanical music box. On the reverse side is a note that reads, "For McGilded." The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. There is nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once, for all 5 minutes. Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Bruno.
My lord! Wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about in a bit of a fog up to now, if truth be told, but all of a sudden, it's spotty obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it.
Oh no.
Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
I like the old man just headbox it. We did it again. I got caught guilty. Da 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 da.
You have a consensus among the jury, it seems.
When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. How dare you use it against us?
Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. That's beyond any doubt.
Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready?
Character Squadron is primed and ready for action, sir.
Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty.
Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions.
Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens.
As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted.
You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here.
And when you look at it, who's that pickpocket?
I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief.
The accused attempted a thief theft on the previous day. I can see him in for a busy day ahead.
I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns.
It would seem there is little remaining room for doubt.
I have to admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. When that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that they'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more.
The whole courtroom is turning against me. It's not fair. Iris, that prosecutor's being mean. Just because Jeannie's done some things she shouldn't have done in the past. What? That doesn't make her a murderer.
I say it does. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out, eventually.
That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination.
Yes, my lord. Jury examination. Defendant's rebuttal.
What's a rogue always a rogue essay, Different breed to us law-abiding citizens.
Just because Miss Lestrade has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder. Is that what you're saying?
Well...
Are all members of the British Army so quick to judge?
I beg your pardon? Are you mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces, the greatest military organization in the world?
No, I'm simply illustrating my point. Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier or pickpocket is wrong and dangerous.
Well, yes, might have a point there, I suppose. Let's not forget the girl had already shown she had it in her from before. She's clearly a criminal sort through and through. Can't deny it.
When you say that she's shown she had it in her, are you referring to this?
Exactly. Tried to swipe that only a day earlier, Or am I mistaken?
Not exactly. Given that I was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that.
I've never actually seen the real thing. I can't wait to have a closer look at it.
Oh yes, of course. Mr. Holmes did use his camera laws to make a copy of the disc, didn't he? Then ordered every type of music box he could find from across Europe.
We still don't know what tune to place, though, so do we? But I'd love to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy.
So we go to his desk. Okay, let's look at it. A lot of evidence in this one. There's blood.
Oh, Bruno, look! This is blood!
Yes, you're right. Just a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before.
Ha, then it's my time to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting forever. Alright, hold still with that disc, Bruno.
Can we get this done quickly, Iris?
In a flash. Ooh, a lovely bright shade again.
Wait, that color.
What is it?
It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Blood sample portfolio has been updated. Bum, 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 bum. Could I believe clue somehow? The press examined in more detail. Bum, 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 bum. It's the number of bullets that has you convinced.
Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asked me how many are invited for dinner, I always told her to count the table settings.
Well, that's logical, I suppose.
Although,
Yes?
sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like the fine china.
Does your employer dine with thieves?
So I suppose, if there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position.
Is there a bullet somewhere on the scene? Could that be possible? Unfortunately, only 2 bullets were discovered by the police during their investigation.
Yes, I know.
Right.
And I don't imagine the good man of Scotland Yard would have overlooked anything. If I missed a bullet while I was cleaning his lordship's office, well, I should receive a sound scolding, I don't doubt.
And he should receive a visit from the police, perhaps. Sounds like a crime scene to me.
A 3rd bullet.
It would completely turn things around if there was one, wouldn't it?
Do you think we might find one lying around somewhere?
We don't have evidence of a 3rd. So if I've understood correctly, you need 2 pictures, left one, eye one, and a slightly different right eye one.
Exactly. Then you can see the scene in 3 dimensions. Like this.
So if we have 2 bullets, I don't suppose you can see anything useful with them?
I think you'll find that no matter how much you squint, the truth of the situation always looks the same here. The only person who could have shot the victim is that girl in the dock.
How can you be so sure of that?
Think about it. The Skulkin brothers shot the great detective, didn't they?
Yes, that's been mentioned once or twice. Well then, surely it's coming into focus now, isn't it? It's a waste of time. I'm not going to change this man's mind anytime soon.
Hold it!
Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here.
Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that it has nothing to do with this trial, to be honest.
Huh?
I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think?
I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on...
What was the fellow's name now? Hurlick? No. Hurlock? No. Hairlock?
Sherlock Holmes by any chance?
Yes, good lord. It was that Hairlock fellow.
What? You're the surgeon operating Mr. Holmes?
That's right, using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you.
This is crazy.
Let me see, the fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly, and said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up. I just gave up. Fucking the bullet somewhere, I don't fucking know. I took out his intestines and everything, it just wasn't there. Might have put a lung in the wrong place, I don't know. I think he has an eyeball somewhere else. Heart's definitely in the wrong place, but that's fine. I think I took his liver. His liver's mine now. I do enjoy good liver.
Okay, sorry. Change the movie quick. I hate to state the obvious, but
Yes?
surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting.
Counsel for the defense is correct. This is clearly shown in this photographic print. The bullet that the Skokin brothers fired to Mr. Holmes hit him in the stomach region. Then exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the cafeteria is hanging by the door.
I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensionally.
Who do you think I am, son?
Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do.
As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over.
Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back?
Of course I did. There wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left the body at all.
What?
That's the point! The only logical conclusion was that the bullets were still somewhere in the man's innards. Which is exactly why I set about slicing them up. And I'm still none the wiser, even now. How many times do I have to say it, damn it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery? I'm befuddled.
It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together.
I will cut this man up again! Mystery of where that bullet ended up is infuriating. Where's an expert when you need one?
Hold it!
Mr. Holmes' surgeon is on the jury. I've experienced some coincidences recently, but this is ridiculous.
I'm as surprised as anyone.
There's no question Mr. Holmes was shot.
Well, that's what the police told me when they brought him in.
How bad were his injuries, Doctor?
He was in a bad way. He'd lost a huge amount of blood, you know. I suspect he was shot at quite close range, too, because his skin was badly burnt around the point of entry.
Burnt?
As I said, I flipped the fellow over and examined his back, but there was no sign of an exit wound. That's why I thought I'd better locate the lung and pop it out.
You say you found no bullet inside the patient?
Well, Well, I wouldn't have done, would I? Because it's in the wallet of the pawnbrokers. But how did it get there? I need someone to solve this mystery before it drives me to insanity. If only there were some expert in ballistics who could help, even if he looked extremely untrustworthy. Hint, 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 nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
So we have a disappearing bullet on our hands. Is it?
Hold it!
What do you mean you're in for a busy day? Forgot to say, stop. Excuse me, stop. I'm the communications officer, stop. Communications officer? Does that have something to do with the sending telegrams? Everything personal messages written by members of the public to the latest news in the capital. I convert all the messages into Morse code and tap it out to the entire world electronically. To the entire world? Thousands of miles of cable into the sea, stop. Worldwide communication network, stop. Information transmitted to and from all corners of the globe, stop. Yes. She was getting equally worked up about radio waves and the like before, wasn't she? I specialize in communicating information from government departments and newspaper offices. I see. I'm sure I shall have to wire the newspaper reports of today's guilty verdict later. So no sleep for me tonight, I imagine. Let's just finish the trial first, shall we?
I am ballistics expert.
Hold it!
I thought you were just a tourist.
Good day, I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take a bus to Crystal Tower, please.
There's no way he's just a visiting tourist. So you're a ballistics expert? Who knew?
I have much experience with guns.
Ah,
I have lived through many, how do you say, extreme and violent bath of, no, blood of,
extreme violent bloodbaths, perhaps?
those. Extremely violent bloodbaths. English is very difficult tongue.
Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue.
Anyway, if you have questions about bullets and guns, you ask me. There is nothing I do not know, no mystery I cannot solve.
He's very confident in his knowledge of guns, that's for sure.
But, if possible, please only in the Russian language.
He's not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he? No, still, we should bear it in mind. He's our man if there's a mystery about guns or bullets. Benzik's managed to convince everyone. When you have eliminated the impossible, he said. But he hasn't. We're going to fight back. We need more material. We have to fight back. We have to turn this trial around again. Okay. Oh wait, yeah.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit. Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. Oh shit! Someone's here. Hello. Hello, Rose. I don't sound like a robot. What? Why do I sound like a robot? I don't sound like a robot. What do you mean by like a robot? Be echoing? What?
Oh, because of that. What? Oh, do I sound echoing? Yeah. Now, do I?
No. This says something wrong with it. But how long has it been going on? Could that have been going on the whole stream? Oh fuck. Was that going on the whole stream? Oh no. Hold on. Let me do something real quick. Okay. Is that better? Wait. Hold on. Is that better? Did that fix it? Because if that's been going on the whole stream... No, not really. I'm not doing anything different. I'm not... I haven't done anything different. Hold on. Okay. Is that better? It sounds better. It sounds like my voice is louder on the audio thing. Like... I don't know what... Like in what... Like in what way? It sounds like you're doing a robot voice. Hold on, I need to like... Can I play this back? Hold on, can I play this? It's not playing, okay. It sounds like I'm doing a robot voice. It could just be my normal voice that's just sounding like that. Is it when you say a robot voice, you mean just like monotone? Because if it's monotone, then... What do you mean by the robot voice? I got no... Wait, could it be the fan hitting it? Because I hear the fan hitting the mic. Could that be doing it? Here, wait, let me try something real quick. Because I'm not on the wire or anything. Hold on. Turn off this. There we go. Turn it off. Okay. I turned off the fan above me. That might have been doing it. That's not it? Fuck. I don't know then. Here, let me unplug the mic and try plugging it in again. Okay, this is my computer laptop head thing. Does that sound better? That's just a laptop. I'm gonna try untangling my mic real quick. I'm gonna try unplugging it fully and then replugging it back in. Okay. Okay. What about now? Does that fix it? No. Let me look this up. Makes voice sound like a robot. Okay, poor connection. Oh wait, maybe okay, wait, let me change something real quick. Audio input. Okay, wait. Wait. Did that work? Did that fix it? Wait, that might be it. Did that fix it? No? What the fuck? Okay. I don't understand. It says it's a poor connection. Is it because the wire's tangled? Is it because the wire's tangled? I'm trying to untangle it real quick. Well, I can't, like, not use this mic. It says it's from a poor connection. I don't know what the poor connection could be. You know? That's what Google is telling me. It's never done this before. It's fine? But doesn't... But does it sound bad? Because if it sounds bad, I want to make sure it doesn't sound, like, terrible. Because I don't want it to be, like, robot-y, right? Because that sounds bad. Okay. Uh... I really hope it's not like literal 10% robot. Okay. I swear if my mic is breaking right when I get like the new, I really hope
It's not that bad.
it isn't. Okay. Okay. I'm just worried because it might be the mic like breaking. I don't know. I really hope it's not that, but I'm just worried. Okay. Wait, hold on. Let me see if it's coming through my mic, right? Sorry, just making sure the audio output is coming through my mic. Yeah, but I can't do it with the computer mic. Because if I do it with the computer mic, then the game noise sound is going to bleed through the computer mic. Which means while I'm talking, the game sound is going to be playing over what I'm saying. So I have to talk over the game sound. And it'll echo whatever is outside me. Completely and utterly. So my voice will sound echoey. Because I've tried using the normal mics. It does not really work. Everyone used to complain, like, why is it echoing? And it's like, oh, it's because of me. Because I'm the loser.
Our ballistics expert.
B-I-T-T.
On the night in question, Mr. Holmes was shot by one of the Skokin brothers. Since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Holmes' body either. Furthermore, back to the voices. Yeah, because this game is great with voices. A bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Holmes was shot. Juror number 6.
Hello, my name is Villain. Pleased to meet you.
There's apparent contradiction in the facts that is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery?
I have seen a very similar situation in Motherland. It was night. There was blizzard. I was running away along Mountain Road in freezing cold.
Golly.
The snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and they were on dog sleds.
Mental note, don't ask too many questions.
I was shot from behind. And I fell down in the snow. And this situation was very similar to what I hear today from Doctor. They could not find a bullet in my body. And no sign of, how do you say, exit wound. And then where did the bullet go? The bullet never hit me.
And if it's ever hit you, why did you fall down?
The bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side.
What?
One small piece, very sharp, broke away from a lump of ice and pierced my body. It made a deep wound that looked just like a bullet wound.
Good gracious.
Of course, a piece of ice quickly melted beside me, and that's a solution to mystery of disappearing bullet.
Knock out pressure voice.
But that doesn't answer the question at all. The shooting happened in a pawnbroker shop. Not some snowy mountain road in another country.
Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. Bruno, where exactly was Hurley shot again? Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt. A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations. What? Really? Doctor, where's the pouch Mr. Holmes was wearing?
Oh, well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember.
If I may. Lord Van Zeeks? While I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination, I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. Sorry? As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Holmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound.
Ah, thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment.
What happened to the lady with the cat? Or was it the wait. The yarn? Wait, you mean Iris? The lady with the cat? She's still here. No, Sherlock's been shot. He's still alive. He's just been shot. Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all other evidence related to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred.
Very well, extremely unconventional during a summation examination. I must demand the prosecution presents this item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Sherlock Holmes' pouch. In Sherlock Holmes. I see. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Holmes on the night in question, is it?
Look at that. One of the files is broken, and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded.
Exploded?
So, that night, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Holmes' pouch.
And it was the glass fire exploding that caused the fellow's injury.
This bullet did not penetrate the victim, but was deflected into a wall of shop.
A delightfully complex aroma.
Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least.
No, Van Zeeks isn't a vampire, although he does look like one. Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. Ah,
But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man.
Duh, thank you very much.
glad I could help.
Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence.
Are these pouches and scruffy? The pouch Mr. Holmes was wearing around his waist at the time of the shooting. One of the glass files was smashed and there are scorch marks around it.
Now, the summation examination. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion,
Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue, and you can't afford to overlook anything here, Ryunosuke. There's still a way to turn this around, somehow. I'm sure of it. He has white wine in his hand. Yeah, he drinks wine. Ah, shit. Oh, you haven't seen him throw the bottle into the stand yet. You missed that. This file has been smashed to pieces. Presumably, this is where the bullet struck. As soon as the bullet hit the chemical in that vial, there would have been a really big explosion. Big explosion? Well, Harley's potions and chemicals are amazingly useful for the investigation work he does, but they're also quite tricky to handle, safely at least. They're very dangerous. Oh. I'm sure that when this vial broke, the chemical inside would have ignited. Note to self, always walk on the right-hand side of homes in future. The left is the danger zone. Oh look, there's a hole in here at the back. Doesn't look much like a bullet hole, but clearly something's ripped through the leather with great force. Something must have pierced it somehow to have left this hole behind. Yes, it looks that way. Mr. Holmes and his pouch both took a beating, didn't they? Oh. Oh look, there's a hole here at the back. Doesn't look much like a bullet hole. Oh, yeah, that's the same thing. Oh. It's really scorched badly just here. Oh, the strap is broken, look! That's just who the bullet hit then. Let me see. No, that's not where I clicked at all. I didn't mean to click there. Touchpad. What the? Iris, look! Right where the broken file was. Do you see it? Ah, that's the Skokin brothers' bullet! A stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. It's an amazing discovery. What this means is, there were 3 bullets fired at Windibanks that night. We found exactly what that juror was talking about. It's the 3rd bullet. It's time to press that juror again, I think. Discovered lodged in the Holmes' pouch caused one of the plows to explode. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it was just lucky that they didn't all explode. Or these files just didn't blow up. I think the glass went forward and back instead of sideways.
Hold it!
I can prove it. Allow me to show you then. The 3rd bullet. Wait.
Take that!
Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Windibanks pawnbrokery. Another bullet was fired.
Hold it!
What is this new trickery, Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Holmes' pouch. What? This pouch was removed from around Mr. Holmes' waist before he was taken to hospital. Since then, it has been touched by no one.
Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skokin brothers that night?
Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch.
But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Holmes. It's clearly visible in this photographic print.
Ah! 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence.
Yes, that's Mr. Winterbank, and that's belonging to the Skulkin brothers.
An examination of both guns revealed only a single bullet had been fired from each. But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. Until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment.
Order! While this summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. This is my prerogative in this situation. I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. By Jupiter!
What?
Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once!
Where'd the water bottle go? Just had it. Where did it go? I had a water bottle. There it is.
Witnesses,
Governor?
are you listening to proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination?
We was, Governor, we was.
Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A 3rd bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that?
Make of it enough? I don't make nothing of nothing if I can help it.
Is it one of yours?
Gore blimey, Governor, gore blimey, not a chance.
In that case, did you have an accomplice?
What? What? Never! The Skulkin brothers work alone! It's just the 2 of us, that's our trademark.
How soon we forget poor Skull. How soon we forget poor Sulky. Poor Sulky. Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. And the 3rd bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it?
Lummy, that's a head scratcher.
Counsel for the defense,
Yes?
I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The 3rd bullet and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came.
Looking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this 3rd bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. I had a secret accomplice. On that night in Winterbank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a 3rd man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice, but the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present, someone carrying a gun.
Objection!
Time to drink heavily. An accomplice, you say? Pig swill. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet in all that time, there has been not a murmur of a 3rd man. This apparently wraith-like being exists. The court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character. Skulkins are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding?
Well, counsel,
It's supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity even. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, the defense is ready to present answers. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. Push forward now, there's no other option. The only way Van Zieks can get through these trials is drunk. He hates people too much. He's like, if I'm going in drunk as all hell. He drinks away his sorrows. I'd use every single piece of evidence available to me if that will make a difference.
In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, and the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a third intruder present at the scene?
But portfolio.
Take that!
The evidence is right here, in this portfolio.
By Jove, that portfolio again, is it?
Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim one of those blood samples proves the presence of this third intruder. Well, which one is it?
Take that!
What am I looking at here? This appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar.
That's a bloodstain, my lord.
A bloodstain?
Green blood? Curious, even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature? It's something developed by Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
By the great detective. New invention stop, not yet appeared in stories stop. It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements of people's blood to change its color.
Different elements of people's blood?
Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see. Because it's made up of different elements. It's called blood types. By seeing what color changes it to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Ooh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in courtroom stop. Very exciting stop.
As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windibank.
Striking blue.
Yes, so you see, the green color of this blood stain on the calendar shows that somebody else is shot in the main part of the shop.
Now hold there, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it?
No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windibank was killed.
By golly!
Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day. Oh, she does SOS. Like, you know, she does, what's the word for it? Morse code. And after Morse code, when you say stuff on, like, radio, with Morse code communication, you say stop to end the sentence. So that the person who's reading it knows to stop, like, putting all the words together.
And whose blood is it?
Because, like, saying stop is the end of the message. Because it's usually in a long string, right? And you do the stop code so the person who's reading it knows when to stop. When to stop reading the message and start it and, like, see it as a new message. While the Skolkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries, which means it must be the blood of somebody else. The third intruder, in fact.
Objection!
Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder? That would be Eggert Benedict.
Take that!
The man's name is Eggert Benedict.
Eggert Benedict? What on earth are you talking about, counsel?
He paid a visit to Windibank's pawnbrokery on this afternoon before the incident took place, when the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Eggert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force.
Broker? Yes, sure. Yes, sure. I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no?
I pressed home. God damn it.
Yes, the article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned to me at once. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel, and needless to say. Ooh-ha! Any music box disc, too.
Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc.
Can you corroborate this account, Inspector?
Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. In the interest of being thorough, I asked Windibank for a print showing the fella. Taken from one of his red-handed recorder grubness.
Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windibank that morning.
And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice?
Well, Mr. Skulkin?
Never seen the geezer before in me life. On me life, Gov, on me life. Never seen him.
Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion.
I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Japanese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can.
Then show us the evidence.
I agree. We must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is.
This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start, and now I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom.
Are you ready to present your answer to the court then, counsel?
Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man pictured in this photographic print was in fact the person struck by the third bullet. Where are you going? Ew!
Take that!
As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question... Sorry, I'm just checking the time real quick. 51. I got time. Oh, my friend said... my friend was leaving the room and I asked him what he was doing, and he said, doing your mom. The defendant attempted, deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windibanks.
Which is when the aforementioned Eggert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. Ran and attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no?
That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred.
But of course, sir. Here's the disc for you. Very well. And I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute, that disc. It's mine. What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've tried blood, you filthy animal.
I can't get a voice because it's disc. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions caused Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed. And the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now.
Goodness, a blood stain, is it?
My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom.
Using my trusty fogger gun.
Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio.
I say, it's green. It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar.
The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Eggert Benedict, who was in Windibanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. Was someone else there? Look at those two brothers now. They're sweating buckets.
Oi, who are you talking about? It's boiling in here. My lord, is it opinion of the defense that Mr. Edgar Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify?
It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Sherlock Holmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fanatical, fantastical persona in the highest courts in the land? Yeah, that's how old music discs look like, bros. You used to play them, it used to be used with a comb. And like, the comb would go over the metal bumps or protrusions and make noise, and make sounds. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. Damn it, I turned it over. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Well... Oh yeah, the boot. We're getting the boot. And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Holmes' word for it. Yeah, that's how things used to be. I mean, but we can't let them get away with that. Yeah, that's how you busy us used to be. Knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Holmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have? I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. About how he was temporarily suspending the Summation Examination. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it?
Good grief! What did you just say, young girl?
And in a Summation Examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? It's the way I see it. It doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now. Yes, she's right.
Young lady, you have quite a devious mind.
It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you're saying, you know? Silly Mr. Van Zeeks trying to use facts and logic against the jury. Silly, man. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something?
Unbelievable. She's destroyed my facts and logics with opinions. Holy shit. We're done.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, basically Iris went like, you know, it doesn't matter what Baron Von Zeke says, it only matters what the jury thinks, right? We've just destroyed his facts and logic.
I mean, that's what almost worked in the first trial.
Mr. Holmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with.
Iris Watson, sharpshooter.
Big girl brain.
After that shrewd preciseness of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous Summation Examination is yet to reach its conclusion.
This is absurd.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leadings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to a fair and just conclusion. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Not guilty.
Oh shit.
Two go guilty and four go not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination.
Objection.
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision.
On what grounds?
If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, and they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored.
Let's steal this blanket real quick. Or I'm not, because I can't. Fuck. No, it's fine.
This trial will continue. Ugh. Ugh. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible.
What?
The name the gentleman gave for himself, Eggert Benedict, is quite clearly false. Eggs Benedict is a dish, you know. I eat it all the time.
I don't believe it. Just when I managed to prove the man was there that night.
Could I say something?
Who was that, please? Who spoke?
It was me, my lord.
Juror number 5?
What have you to say, madame?
If possible. Inspector,
Me, ma'am?
I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again? The one in which the gentleman is shown.
Ah, right, yes, this one you mean? Of old Mr. Benedict.
Yes. It's no doubt in my mind.
Juror number 5, you don't mean to say you know this man?
Yes, I know him.
What? No. Good gracious! Order! Juror number 5, how on earth?
I am a communications officer, stop.
As we can clearly see.
The gentleman in the photograph is, stop. Also a communications officer, stop. He works in my office, stop. A very talented operator, in fact, stop. He should be in the communication station now, stop. Tapping away in the telegraph, stop.
This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right.
I suppose we all imagine the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night.
Yes, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong.
The gentleman is at London's communication station. We should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zieks, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Make the necessary arrangements with all haste.
As your lordship bids.
The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson.
Yes, my lord.
I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess.
Yes, sir, my lord.
Very well, the court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m.
Save. Oh, nope. Save my current progress. Yep, save. Save that shit. Trout part 3. 17th of April, 12:41 p.m. Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber.
Gina, how are you holding up?
I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now.
Ginny, are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? I go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me. What? Elisa, I had that picture.
What picture?
Ah, you mean this? You mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they?
Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court.
Surely you've got to have your doubts about me now. You still can't think I'm innocent.
Of course I can.
Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Munoz cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. It was after we'd had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we?
Yes, I remember.
After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down the street to the 201, to Winderbig's place. I had to know.
Iris' story was there or not? How did the Baskervilles?
I don't know what's it about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like, something we don't want people reading. That's why I lied to Iris about sticking it in the lug with Winderbig for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time.
So you broke into Winderbig's?
I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was going to kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick. And that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ha! I nearly died, I did. Next thing I knew, I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like, I don't know what. Hi, the girl was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets rented for armed robbery. The rental script, have you got it here? Tom's even loaded papers with you, a story. I beg your pardons? Hound of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see it's here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really found it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well, then. Alright, for a pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? So then the old Crovan locked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And if it was there alright, the manuscript, Holmes was lying after all. He did all that just to check for me, Ginny. Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop.
Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes.
What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Did you hear me? Is there some bucketers convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I'd better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you, and... Now, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took out the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. I held him back in the storeroom, like he said, straining the ears in the dark to hear what was going on. Sounded like they got to do a bit of a scrap. So I didn't think I should help see. So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when... I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like.
Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Winterbake might come for you?
Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. When I got a better look at him, I knew. Winterbake was a goner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kinda dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing.
That must be when you passed out, Gina.
If I hadn't done what I done, the old cove might still be alive.
Did you tell the police everything you just told us?
Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me.
It'll be alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Muna's about to put the real culprit through the mill. Oh, sorry. For my mouse, my mic.
The covert was there in the afternoon.
Sorry, I'm trying to move it. Hold on. There we go. Trying to move it more this way. That might fix it.
That Eggert Benedict. I still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night.
You don't know his real name yet. I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty.
You what? You can leave it in Runa's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Nara Odo.
Yes?
How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGill did. He told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bug trotted off with him, even though he was a killer.
No, I can never forget that.
Oh,
I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what.
but what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know.
I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial.
You were?
Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. As strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who done it.
Oh, you know.
But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Miyanovsky, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy, I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. He did believe in me, and then he got murdered by a Russian ballerina. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. And then he died. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first.
What are you saying?
Promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down.
Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar? You're not like McGilded. I know that. Eh? That's right. You're our friend, Genie. Eris! I know you better than you think. We've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Nararodo, yeah, I...
Defendant Jenny Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately.
Yes, of course. Thank you. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another, and I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. Final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san, and I hope you're watching over me too, partner. 17th of April, 1:41 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom.
I hereby call this court in order to resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness?
The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed their arrival in this carriage, it would seem.
I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's process of the case heard by the court this morning. A glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector.
Yes, I can only apologize, my lord.
Although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom.
It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. Very big mistake.
My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building.
Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay.
Mr. Edgar Benedict, I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. Certainly not like this.
Look at these four. Thank you for complying with the court subpoena at such short notice, sir.
But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society,
It's my pleasure to oblige. Now kindly state your name and occupation for the record.
Ashley Graydon, communications officer.
Mr. Green and I both work at London's Central Communications Station.
Now perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about?
You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume.
Yes, I was.
I could find a voice for him. Indubitably. No.
That's like Holmes' voice. He's like a fancy dude, so let's go a fancy voice. What's an eccentric voice?
Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question.
That is the accusation indeed.
This really is beyond a joke, you know.
Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath.
Gladly, my lord, gladly.
Finish testimony. The accusation.
Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence.
Oh, you deny the accusation completely, do you?
I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy.
'Twas the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld.
Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly! How long am I expected to be detained here?
If following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately.
Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least.
That does not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination.
So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict.
Or is it Mr. Graydon?
My apologies, you are...
Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met.
If you say so. Ashley Graydon. Enchante. So... I trust we can conclude this quickly.
I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Dude, just threw his hat at me. But should I be offended or should I take it? It's a nice hat. It's a pretty nice hat. Should I just keep the hat?
Yeah.
Steal the hat. Just take the hat and start running.
Yes!
Oh, he just doesn't have the hat now in his testimony. That's pretty good detail. Usually in other ones they give it back to him, but like this one they didn't. Okay, here, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some more water. I'm back. Let's do this.
Hold it!
Yes, we met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you...
Objection!
The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious.
Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question.
So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away. This could be tricky.
Right, you seriously suggesting I collude with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder?
Hold it!
Have you seen these two men before? This pair? Nope, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Edgar Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me?
The young lawyer there in the black.
This is a farce! Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation.
Hold it!
Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend, for you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point.
What do you mean?
The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness.
Time to dance!
Silent victory, Wiggle.
Thanks.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Holmes's chemical analysis possibly identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? Could it equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants?
Every individual's blood is a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Holmes's chemical is able to differentiate different blood samples by...
Spare me the science lesson! Who is this Holmes character anyway?
Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great... well, a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say, great detective.
A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we?
What?
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin?
Yeah, what? Me?
No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you.
Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you?
Yes, I know. You're not Big Bruv Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Yeah, court blimey, Governor. You what?
Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court?
Yeah, me thoughts. I don't have none of them. Must have been him. You what?
Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke?
Nothing. Honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arm around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all.
What wound?
Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. Alright.
I wonder. So, Alec, well, I know what just happened. So this guy is denying he was at the crime scene, right? We found a third bullet, right, that someone was shot from. And we think it's him, right? So one of the thieves is like, so he's saying, like, there's no way it could be him, right? Because there's no way the blood could be his. And one of the thieves is like, thinking about something. So I go like, hey, what do you think about? He's like, oh, I'm thinking if he moves his arm anymore, he'll open that wound. He got it from a bullet 2 days ago. Guess when the crime happened? Mm-hmm.
He's not that smart, is he? These guys are idiots. It's great. Oh, everybody left. Oof. Okay.
So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him, and, oh, hell's bells.
He doesn't realize. The thief doesn't realize what he said. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm.
My lord? Yes, Mr. Graydon. I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations.
We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain.
No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery?
My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony.
Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon.
Bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. Never had anything to do with it? You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon. Yeah, the very afternoon of the incident.
Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study.
Objection.
No, you were there to redeem an article.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Inspector?
Come again, Sunshine?
You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. At that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article.
Well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly.
What? But you must!
I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't.
What's going on here? Grixie showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Winterbanks? Yes, of course.
Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say.
Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question.
No part of I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more, nothing less.
This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. Why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Rono? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to pry a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yes, they were the key to it, after all. So he says he had nothing to do with Winterbanks. Well, we know that's not true. Guess now would be a good time have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know when a tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon.
Hold it!
Don't forget, sir, that Mr. Sherlock Holmes is the most famous detective in the world. And the most famous detective in the world tells the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, Oh no, I can't think how to answer that. I once saw the world's most famous swindler thrown into jail. He allegedly told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but what turned out to be a pack of lies. Right, now, as you are no doubt aware, the Central Communication Station is the heart of this country's information network. My work there is of paramount importance, and you have kept me from it for long enough already. Oh shit, I accidentally skipped it. Is it literally the, what would it be? It'd be the disc, right?
Objection!
Yeah, it'd be the disc. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of this murder, in pawn in Mr. Winterbank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc.
Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps?
That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of the smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch.
Good gracious, indeed it must.
Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well. It would seem I underestimated you.
But what is the meaning of this?
So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant?
Order! Well, Mr. Graydon?
It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say?
It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn?
What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now.
As you wish, though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder.
And my phone. Oh no, I dropped my phone on carpet. It smashed again. It shattered into more pieces.
There's a note on the disc saying for McGilden, but the item belongs to me.
The AMC ticket was stolen from me by the accused, I filthy gurgling on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night.
Did I hear you correctly, sir? Gilded, you say, the famous London philanthropist who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder?
Yes, my lord. The one and the same.
Good lord, Mr. Graydon. Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted?
Yes, that's correct.
Order, well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again.
According to Miss Gina told us. This disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. Gooden himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? The likelihood he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on the Gooden's disc for some reason.
Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please.
The disc.
Hold it!
Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary.
You're certainly exquisitely dressed, sir.
So you see, I have a little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand. That's why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that was your overcoat? Obviously, and in my haste I claimed and forgot that the music box disc was in his pocket. Yet there is a note on it that reads, "For McGilded." I'm a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area.
Oh, the disc in question.
It's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being.
Hold it!
So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right, despite being mindful of danger when walking in the salubrious areas I can't frequent.
Objection!
Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl was a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense.
Nonsense?
I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear?
Gosh. Fuck me. I mean it that way, you... What?
Okay.
So, I will continue. I continue my testimony for what possible use can be.
Hold it!
Had you ever been to Windibanks before? Only once for the purposes of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing to such establishments.
So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct?
Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course, such is the art of the pick purse. When I did, I headed to the pawnbroker at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. Ah, he can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. Sorry, I itched my ear. Yeah, my ear was itchy. And, of course, the disc was taken by the police.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right, that was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Inspector?
What do you mean?
Last remark Mr. Grady made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way.
No, it didn't.
It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions?
I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine.
What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets?
Yes, exactly. You should know all about that.
Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too.
Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks?
I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they?
It's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know.
Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector.
Bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first.
What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here.
It would appear that the inspector has revealed all he has at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony.
Glad then, my lord. Absolutely no reason to break into the shop like that.
Hold it!
But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items?
Nope, not at all.
Oh? Valuable was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves is common or garden bric-a-brac. That case is clear. That you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc.
Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. There was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in.
So there was nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. But if that's really true...
If you have some evidence, let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble.
He slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windibanks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket.
There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth.
Police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. So Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day.
Rick Giggsy's being very strange about all this.
There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. Now I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. You did have a reason.
Objection!
This disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again.
And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. Migoda had another article in Pawn at Windibanks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Ah! There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. Migoda in Windibanks pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skokin brothers.
Ah!
This is the second ticket, is it?
What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box.
A rather vague description, it seems to me.
Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did.
This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There'd be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft.
That's a good point.
Indeed, the witness makes a solid argument.
That means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord.
Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks?
I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it.
What?
Good gracious!
Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court if you please.
Yes, sir.
What prints?
These prints were taken from one of the detective security cameras.
Ah, are these red-handed recorders again?
As previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windibank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which the articles were placed for sale once forfeited.
According to the information on this ticket, the gilded small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on the 13th of April, to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now, whatever I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. It's 11 p.m. on 15th of April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. I see, so we have 2 pictures to compare. I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. That's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So you might have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both.
In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy.
Ah!
I don't believe it. I could have just shown that he'd stolen the goat's pawn box.
I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same.
What?
So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? Seems that in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion?
I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? I give my answer, my lord. I'd like to try something if I may.
Try something? What do you mean, counsel?
I need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy.
Not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify a discrepancy between the two prints?
Take that!
I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the two prints stereoscopically.
Ooh! Yes, you've got the bug at last. You can't resist it, can you? You've got the cross-eyed compulsion.
Juror number 3, what a surprise. Come on, Reno. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now, look through the eyepieces. Wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints.
What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak.
Oh, I hit my touchpad.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different. The location of the small box. Let me... Wait! Unbelievable!
By Jove, you're right! How extraordinary!
What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilda's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves.
Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilda is in fact...
Yes, the very same small box he just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it is? What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilda's box wasn't stolen then. Doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? It is everything. I believe this changes everything about the case. How could that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial.
The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zieks. You've been overruled. Bailish, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth.
To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing.
I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zieks?
This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilden from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place.
Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property.
If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilden perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. Trial in which he was found not guilty. Trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society, his reputation implied, in fact. What have I been streaming? Streamed for 4.5 hours. Should I keep going? Let me check something real quick. Should I keep going? I know. Should I keep going? So I propose a toast to my learned friend in his most insightful defense.
Articles of upstanding member of society pawn were entirely ordinary. Black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of his pockets and a small box. I assure you, I would accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. Should I end the stream here? It is 4.5 hours, it's like midnight. It was just school night. We're about halfway through this trial. I think I still have an hour or two left. Yeah, sure, I'll end it here. This is a good stopping off point. Well, it's not really a good stopping off point, but it's like midnight, so... Besides, everyone who was watching went to sleep, so like... yeah, let's end it here, and then tomorrow... I can, well, maybe not tomorrow. Tomorrow I might be doing Borderlands 2 with a friend, but... with some friends. But like... past that. If that doesn't plan out, we can just finish this tomorrow. Or finish it some other time. Because I think we got one more stream for this, and we got one more stream for Bloodstained. And then those two are done. Well, the normal mode for Bloodstained, but yeah. Anyway. I hope you guys enjoyed. And tomorrow we will do... whatever, when I decide to. Alright, see you then. Peace.